Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I just realized I am not a French horn. Shit. A little more coffee. It's almost 11 p.m. in Central Time Zone here in America, and zero people watching. Zero people. Here's a little number on my screen. The number's right here. I know it's not there on your screen, but right here, that's where it is. Zero people watching. Which is a shame, because there's about to be some good preaching going on. Oh, but first. Oh, coffee. Coffee. Be not like the hypocrites, for they love to stand in the streets and in the synagogues, murmuring their vain repetitions to be seen of men. Pretty sure that's the John version. And that one little part in John expands to my three favorite books of the Bible overall, as far as just what they can teach people these days. What's up, Joey? I'm having a glorious cup of coffee. Glad you got the baby to sleep though. So it had been so long because I've been trying to like excruciatingly excruciatingly too, yeah, excruciatingly extract my own fucking memories and just sort of feel my way back to the past so that I could paint a really complete picture and really remember for myself without constantly fucking, or at all really, looking at the Bible. Um, So it's Matthew 6, 11, and 23. Which the odd parity of the numbers had me hypothesizing that there was a book of Matthew, even as extensive as Matthew is. Just because of the way I normally line things up in the universe, it should be 7, 11, and 23. So something about that is hokey. I'm not sure what it is. Anyway. But, man, we're talking about things that I thought were important when I was 15, 13, when I was growing up. That I realized early on applied to now, here and there. One little quote here and there, I realized back in the 90s had applied to what was going on now. But having really tried to objectively debunk myself, if anything, biased on the side of not wanting to be fucking Jesus, like, really pass. If somebody else could just be Jesus, that'd be great. I don't know how, like, most of you might feel about it. Wouldn't you rather somebody else be Jesus? Right? Me too. I'd rather he be here and fixing shit, but I didn't realize that my whole I like to fix shit, get this out of hand. But going through my and trying to separate the different lifetimes from each other, it's been really interesting how my feeling memory, like my impressions of how things were, and being like when you try to just put an image in your head and try to remember something by force, it's not reliable. It's not going to work. But when you try to remember how something made you feel and put yourself in the moment, you can remember things easier. It's almost like the difference between when you try to remember something and when something reminds you of something. When something reminds you of something, it's usually because it triggers the emotional response that was similar to the experience. Well, when I go back in my ancient memories, like that last Johannite genocide video, that's just mind-blowing. And I can just tell that story again, because I remember it now. I remember more and more every time I tell it. It's cool. But there is, of course, the fact that I have a powerful imagination. I could, if I wanted to, make this shit up. Oh, I have no doubt. I have to be very careful for my own sanity. And because I'm not trying to fucking mislead anybody. But when I start remembering ancient languages and they pan out, and I've literally never less than a handful of count, you know, like I've never studied Gaelic. I studied Latin as a biologist, which means I just memorized words. I had no idea what they meant. I eventually had a better grasp of root words and shit and how they related to it, just because I was keenly interested when, like, you know, like the school teachers were teaching that shit, because of my background with the memorizing Latin for marine biology. But I've never actually fucking studied Latin, never studied Gaelic, never studied Hebrew, never studied any of these fucking languages that I could just come out and fucking speak. I just remember phrases. Generally speaking, when you imagine shit, you don't remember accurate languages. And then the picture that it paints is a more accurate, I think, understanding of that time in history than I've ever had. And it makes me really feel like I understand that era and how history developed, like, from there and even before then. Like, my memories are making sense out of all of fucking time, basically. How can this be? And how weak-minded can that little troll be? That they can't just, like, think for a second, oh, well, these things that he's saying right now are facts, and if I had any understanding of the things that he was referring to, I would agree with his analysis of them, because there is no other interpretation of the supporting data. So by just kind of giggling at the claim and assuming that it's false and, yeah, I'm done, you basically just prove how fucking ineffectual you are as a living being. You're just a waste of skin and flesh and oxygen, carbon, that kind of thing. It's just failing. Yeah, see, I guess he's throwing because he was confusing objective analysis with an insult. It's not insulting to say that your rejection of me makes you completely ineffectual as a human being. That's just objective analysis. I'm him whether I like it or not. I'm him whether you like it or not. The whole piece of the puzzle that you're missing is that there was also a she. But just from a generic, logical standpoint, and thank you, person who agrees with the title, you're a inadvertent coworker, perhaps, or maybe you are just a random person. Welcome to the channel if you are just a random person. But we have a little troll here that uses lots of different accounts and comes on and off, and well, I'm starting to think that the KGB has been forced to reassign these trolls over time, because, one second. Even if you're like hired to be my enemy, you're going to see shit on this channel that is going to change your entire perspective. It might even change your entire perspective on speech impediments. And let's just say, as my own closest personal observer, and not only being skeptical, but being biased to the contrary, that is, you know, I wouldn't mind being the cliche interpretation of John the Baptist and being like, hey, there's Jesus. But I never want, no. Pass. In fact, one of the reasons why a Russian intelligence operative, more than anybody else, should know that I actually am him, is because of this incident back in 1994 or 5, in which the thought first occurred to me when I asked God for my soul's name so that I could make my screen name Nothin. And I had the dumbest thought possible. As if it were God speaking to me. That's what makes it so dumb. Like, wait a minute, no. And at the time, I considered myself a pretty well-trained exorcist, actually. I was a very faithful person. I struggled with faith as a concept itself because I was always a very rational person. But I had gotten keen onto observing through the pattern of sentient fuckery. Okay? That is, the self-destructive impulses of mankind seem contrary to evolution, and more than that, they seem to organize themselves in each other. Yeah. It takes a lot of pattern analysis to realize this as a fucking 13-year-old, but that's what made me become an exorcist. And at the point where I decided to ask God for my soul's name, and I heard back this notion, not like audibly, you never, if you think you're hearing God's voice, you need lithium. But, you know, like, the same way if you see the expression on somebody's face, you kind of know what they're thinking. That's the only way anybody ever, you know, hears the voice of God. They just kind of get an impression, and then you compare it to what God is to know whether or not it's a demon pretending to be God. And I immediately thought, because of the content of this little message, you're a fucking demon. There's no way. No way. Because I don't want to be Jesus. Nee. I don't want to be Jesus. Nee. The thought was, Nothin is the secret name that only you can know. I'm like, wait a minute. No, because I've read the Bible. I know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't sign off without hearing the full fucking story. Because as I was saying, this is something that Russian intelligence can prove. Jeez. Sorry for trying to make the story funny. I mean, fuck. What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do? Zap, zap. It's boring. I've done that. That's on camera. All the miracles and fancy shit. No, this is a story that has a living human being as proof. Huh. Sucks to be him. Because, super masculinity doesn't go to the halls of judgment. Nothing makes my sword get a hard on like one of them bodybuilder types. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, I'm gonna finish the fucking story anyways, even though you've already heard it before, Joey. Because I think it's a pretty important story. What? You know, it just is. If these things happened, and yeah, they happened, yeah. If this data is there, if that person exists, yeah, he exists. He's really there. Accept it, dumbass, accept it. Like, I don't even want this to be reality. I don't understand. Like, I just want to be like a normal person. I just can't be. I don't get to be. And this is one of the fucking reasons why. God says it's the secret name. Should be written on his thigh. I don't know about all that, but point taken. Secret name. Only Jesus is supposed to know the name. Right. And that's my fucking soul's name. So I say, nope. It's more likely, objectively, it's more likely that's a demon trying to trick me, and I'm not Jesus. Much more likely. So I say, if you're God and I'm Jesus, then this is like a moment. Right? I mean, it's a moment. It's one of them moments. One of them moments. Like with a star and shit, like leading somebody through somewhere to find some weed or something. I don't know. One of those moments. You know the moments? Well, in this moment, I said, okay, so to commemorate this moment and to convince me that you're not a demon, there shall be a child born with that name. Just to commemorate me learning the secret name. And it happened. And in 2011, when I reawoken, I remembered this incident, and we looked up the name. And it wasn't just a first name, it was a first name and a last name, Nothan Cox. Because at the time, Courtney Cox had been on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine or some shit, Cosmo, something big, and she was all over like the E! News and stuff like that. And there was like Cindy Crawford, then there was Courtney Cox. And it was right when, I think right when Friends had just started. In 94, was it? She was on a movie. Was it Ace Ventura or something like that? Was it Ace Ventura that she was? No, not Ace Ventura. What was the fucking movie she was on? Anyways. But like teenage boys at the time had begun to refer to Courtney Cox as being like, you know, not only a hottie, but her last name was Cox. Cox, right? So in this moment, I still had like time to basically have this argument of, if I'm Jesus, then that makes you just as much of a smart ass than I am, so you should have no problem with this additional aspect of this request. Not only do I want a child to be born named Nothan, but I want the last name to be Cox, just because it makes me giggle. And the fucking kid exists. There was a kid an actual human fucking child born, and their mother named them Nothen. Their last name was Cox. Fate, biology, DNA, human fucking soul creation came together just to prove a point to me. What the fuck would you think? You know, lucky for me, I'm an incredibly complex and very mentally strong person, because I'm pretty sure all this would break most people. Yeah. You can find them on fucking Facebook. I wonder if his mom knows who the dad is. Now that's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. You know, I wonder if that guy left of his own volition, or whether his superiors realized I was about to awaken his ass and they just took him off. Oh shit, he's gonna tell the Nothen Cox story. We can't let another one hear that one, because then they'll just fucking... They can just prove there's a kid that's got this guy's fucking screen name, and the kid was born the same time this guy created his screen name. How the fuck did I know that? There's no way possible. There's no way possible. Well, let me just kind of spec this out. Let me just spec this out just to see the unlikelihood of the possibility. Okay? To accomplish this at 14, 15 years old, however the fuck I was, with the limited Unix and like basically an AOL hacking method that somebody showed me, I couldn't get into like your school to change your grades. You know, like I just had free internet access. That's all. That's all I wanted. Well, let's see. I would have had to somehow. I think the lady was from Ohio. I think the kid was from Ohio. Okay, so I would have had to somehow from New Orleans or Houston convinced some random pregnant woman in Ohio to name her kid the same name as my new screen name. No, this isn't going anywhere, is it? You got anything? I got nothing. Nope, it's pretty much I'm Jesus and that was a miracle. Oh fuck. The Russians did it. Okay, how did the Russians do it? What's the Ace Ventura chick's name? She's a man. She's a man? Anyway. Winehouse or Rhinehouse? Okay, so how would the Russians have done it if it was the Russians? Because, like, for the Russians to, like, still be able to giggle at me and call me stupid. Einhorn. Einhorn is a man! Alright. So, at this moment when I was praying, the Russians had some sort of psychotelemetric phase modulation targeted at some random 15-year-old. Just to fuck with them. To make them think they were Jesus. And because that's not an indication enough of wasted resources and boredom, they then had some agent's daughter name their kid the same name that I just came up with for my screen name, that I hadn't typed or anything yet, only thought of. Or, no, I guess maybe later when I typed it, yes. They would see then what I typed, okay? And then they would make some daughter of an intelligence agent who lived in America name their kid Nothan Cox. Again, just to fuck with me, so that 20 years later when I fucking looked them up on Facebook, I'd find them. This really isn't making much sense. What, MK Ultra? I don't know. Maybe it was aliens. That's actually still the most likely fucking alternative theory. Like, seriously. That is the most likely alternate. Like, you've got two fucking options here, people. Because the Russians doing it, the CIA doing it, to me, some government fucking agency doing it, doesn't make any damn sense. Me just being some kind of weird psychic, that doesn't cover a fucking human being being born. Okay? What are you left with? The fucking things that abduct cows and shit. Like, that's all you got. So in that case, aliens have fucking, basically, I'm a close encounter victim, and aliens have reformatted my consciousness in order to try to save humanity or something. Because again, still objectively, like I said, my old memories are teaching me about the history that led to where we are today in ways that is crucial for us to be able to fix what the fuck is wrong with the world today. So, you know, if it was aliens, thanks aliens. Now, I'm pretty sure that I've created a more powerful psychic than myself. That's how I do things. I guess that's one of the keys to understanding why I am in this form to begin with. That's just an aspect of my personality. I'm kind of a masochist. That's a humorous way of looking at it. I like to challenge myself. And I like for the universe to be balanced. And to create everything and then to make yourself the best at everything or anything, it's just kind of obnoxious. So, you know, just a word of advice in case I'm not the creator. the Creator wouldn't be trying to convince everybody that they're the most special or they're the best at something. Okay? The Creator would want their children to exceed them. The other internet Jesuses. Yeah, and that's actually, according to me as a Christian, somebody who was looking for Jesus, um, it was a definite pattern that antichrists, false messiahs, want to turn you against your government, want to turn you against the rule of law, and want to make you judgmental of other people instead of, basically desperate to save them. And I find myself in this situation where I have no choice but to be like the one person who's aware of how our government is falling apart and what's needed to be done to pull it together. And again, it's not because I'm smarter. It's not because I'm, the best at any fucking thing. When it comes to shit like this, it's because it was prophesied and I'm fulfilling a prophecy. And that, again, fucks me over because I don't want to. But I have to. And objectively, I'm built to. But I'm also built to constantly test everyone around me. And well, certain aspects of success seem to be limited to that, as far as being forced to adhere to a time frame that is testing my patience. Right. Yeah, I think I remember. I think I actually saw what you're talking about. And yeah, he's typically a very wise person, and I'd certainly like the opportunity to, you know, enlighten him. Indeed. But that's actually that's more of that House of Judah propaganda coming in, redefining or trying to narrow down the definition of what Mashiach means, as in the Christ, and then framing that as someone who led the Jews against Rome. Savvy? So then they can further say, well, he didn't do that, so he wasn't the Messiah. So what the Reverend unintentionally has done is sowed a seed of destruction of faith. I don't think he meant to do that. But when you sense the demon on him, that's where it is. That's where it comes from. It's that same, the passing Pulsion preachers that come and tell you what they learned because they were Jews and they just recently converted to Christianity. But what they're teaching you, they teach you that it does make sense, and they repeat that it makes sense over and over again, but at the same time it doesn't bear scrutiny. So then they bring you to this level of accepting certain things as fact, and then you're just one conversation with a Jew away from realizing that this fact can be used against you. If you define Christ as the Messiah as being the person who led the Jews in a successful rebellion against Rome and established a new kingdom of Jerusalem, well, then you're debunking Christ. Because then they have a whole different history of how things played out that the Europeans didn't have. And there's been some sort of a book burning before the creation of the King James Bible that has eliminated the entire history of the kingdom of heaven. Now, let me get my hair nice and pretty so it's not too distracting. There we go. That's good. Yeah. No, I can't. I need to fucking, like, I usually try to wait till summer to just, like, crew cut it all. I'm kind of getting impatient because it's starting to look ridiculous. Sure. I'm going to read my 3 favorite verses, or books, in the book of Matthew. Chapters. And, based on the frame of mind of the Johannite genocide, okay, the experience, the character that is built in that story, if you will, and based on my claim that I'm here for the same reasons today as I was back then. I've already read a little bit of this and seen that, you know, yes, it is the case that this reflects that exact perspective, and learning what I remember back then, learning what I've been warning about now, actually makes easy understanding to many things that seemed very mysterious to most Bible readers in general when they've first explored these things. So I'm going to read 6, 7, 11, and 23 after I answer Joey's stupid question. The Holy See, the Pope, can he be told via prayer and reflection to unearth the truth and to have? Can he be told via prayer? This isn't exactly something that, I mean, like, I didn't want them to do that to begin with. You know, this is something that they did against my wishes. This is something that they started doing at the point where they said that we don't have to listen to you anymore, old man. they had already over legalized and over dogmatized things, and I think I'd have better luck going through the Queen of England. Anyways. So, let me just start with Matthew 5:33 first. The importance of promises. And again ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, Thou shalt not first swear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, not yours. Don't swear by something that isn't yours. Because to swear by something is to place it as collateral. Isn't it? Nor by the earth, for it is his footstool. It is his footstool. Neither, sorry, I'm having a little bit of a toothache. Nor by the earth, for it is his footstool. Neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou cannot make one hair white or black. So, that is to say that you can't cause yourself to wither and die. Your life isn't technically your own. God's in control of even your life. But let your communication be yea or nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. So, when somebody asks you a question, answer the question. Politicians. Starting to sound relevant, a little. But am I stretching it? Let's find out. Ye have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. Oh. Huh. So this would be a thing to analyze for who said it. Whether it was me or Mary. Mary or I. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. I think that just proved my point. Who the hell would sue you to take away your coat? Other than your sugar daddy. Just saying. Like, seriously. Has there ever been any incidents in which somebody sued for somebody else's coat that it wasn't a man who bought it for a woman? A mink coat? You know? Interesting. And right before this is where it's thou shalt not commit adultery. Whoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery already with her in his heart. So yeah, this definitely seems like a woman here. Very interesting. So I'm going to continue though. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain. Twice as long. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn thou not away. Ye have heard that it has been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thy enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and the unjust. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have you? It's powerful shit. For if you love them which love you, what reward do you have? It's easy to love somebody who loves you, isn't it? Do not even the publicans the same? The publicans? Like Republicans? Yeah, the Republicans love people that love them, don't they? And if you salute your brethren only, if you respect your brethren only, what do you more than others? Do not even the publicans so? Be you therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. I think the word perfect is probably something with greater meaning to it. And now Matthew 6, where I think it has been inserted and then I take over or something, but I shall test that out as I read it. Take heed. Chapter 6, Matthew chapter 6, give alms in secret. Take heed that ye do not your alms before men to be seen of them, otherwise you have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have the glory of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou dost alms, let not thy left hand know what the right hand is doing, that thine alms may be in secret, and that thy Father which is in secret
seeth, and shall reward thee openly. And when thou pray, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, which thou hast shut the door, and pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. That's repeated something. This is where it gets edited. Okay. But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions, as the heathens do. For they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. It's about inner quietness. It's about like silencing the noise within, to let not even your left hand know what your right hand is doing, is to basically stop your body from its wants, stop your mind from its wants, stop worrying about what you have to do. And it's also just kind of a figure of speech, you know. What was that? When ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what these things ye have need of before ye ask of them. So in this case, they would be talking about the heathens, how they would pray for harvests and shit like that. Like people praying for like good fortune and you know, vain things, selfish things. And like the standardized, like pagan type public prayers that the Catholics adopted, for instance, and just rebranded and shit. So then we have the Lord's Prayer. After this manner, therefore, ye pray, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. Oh, and forgive us our debts. And the Henry Morris, King James. Debts. And forgive us forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. For if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. This seems like the Matrix has changed. Like this has changed. Something is weird. It's like changed, but it stayed the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm just confusing it with the other additions of the same thing. If you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you forgive not men of their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive you of your trespasses. Moreover, when ye fast, be not as the hypocrites of sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces, and they may appear unto men to fast. Wow, fake fasters, huh? Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou fastest, anoint thine head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast. So, when you're fasting, when you're doing without, try to appear as though you're just fine. Don't let anybody know you're hungry. Don't try not to look pale, that kind of thing. Anoint thine head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which is in secret shall reward thee openly. Treasures in heaven, lay not up for yourselves treasures upon the earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The light of the body is in the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. So, the light of the body is in the eye, meaning that what your heart reflects, you will seek. Okay? So, if your eye, if you seek righteousness, if you seek singularity, if you seek oneness, the whole body shall be full of light. But if your eye be evil, if you seek evil, your whole body shall be evil. Everything you do shall be evil. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters. So again, if your perspective, if what you seek after is righteousness, that's singular. And if you serve two masters, you can only be a hypocrite and say that you are being righteous. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate one and love the other, or else he will hold to one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. So, pick one. Do the right thing, or be greedy. These things are mutually exclusive. Consider the lilies. Republicans. Although he's speaking to people that are supposed to be better than Republicans, using them as a comparison for people who act like this by default, but even goes so far as to say, don't they even do this much? Consider the lilies. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on, clothing. Is not the life more than meat, and the body more than raiment. Now, let me just say in that, what's up, Jordan? Let me just say in that, you should rely on God for your needs. You work for a company, for a business, for this and that. That company, the owner of that business, signs your paycheck. But when it comes down to it, that is not enough. Random shit, no matter how much that paycheck is, random shit can fuck your life up. So what's the point? When you focus on doing right, helping others, protecting those in need, when you focus on not the paycheck, but the privilege of being alive, you realize that you're not working for that person. You're working for God. They just happen to be privileged to be in a position to allocate some resources to you for what you do for God. And I learned that early on when I was fucking bagging groceries and working as a stock clerk. Don't count the money. Count your blessings. Is that... You know, suddenly somebody gonna want $500 from you and some shit. You know, like just... Anyway. Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather in the barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much better than them? Which of you, by taking thought, can add 1 cubit to his stature? And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Therefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of so little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we be clothed with? For all of these things do the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth already that you have need of all of these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take no thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. So, Like I was saying about that $500 bill that just pops up out of nowhere. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Basically, shit happens. Trust in God, because your paycheck won't be enough. And when it all comes down to it, whether or not it's just fucking good luck and a miracle that you need, you might wind up just having somebody just randomly send you some money. Or more logically, more directly, by being a good, forthright person, typically, you've helped other people out. And when it comes time that you need fucking help, guess what? Somebody's going to be like, why didn't you tell me you needed some help? That's the difference between somebody who's always taking advantage of other people and they go and ask for help, and somebody who's always helping other people and they go and ask for help. When you always help other people, chances are you don't like to ask for help. That's understandable. I don't like to ask for help either. It took a long time for me to fucking monetize the channel, y'all remember? And I was broke. Pretending I wasn't broke, but I wasn't fucking broke. But when you're somebody that helps other people, and then you go and put it off, and then you go and you wait until shit gets desperate, and then you go and ask somebody, can I borrow $100 or something, catch up on this fucking bill or something. They will ask, why didn't you come to them sooner? If you're a greedy person, if you're never helping other people, they'll probably say something snide like, oh, so that new car you bought isn't paying for itself? They'll take a jab at you. Something to let you know that they're not really happy about loaning you that money. But good people see good in other people. And like me, everybody knows I'd rather be doing something productive. I'd rather be supporting my fucking family if I could. And they know how hard I work trying to do everything I can, because I can't fucking stay standing for long enough to go work by the hour somewhere. And when it comes time for us to fucking need a little help paying bills, we still wait too long. We still wait till it gets out of hand. I'll come on here and ask for money before I go and ask family members and shit. But when I do, they're not tired of it. They're happy to help. Kind of makes me feel even worse. And when it comes to being a man, see, I can't even speak from personal experience as well, by any stretch of the imagination, about like what the personal spiritual struggle of a woman is like, okay? But as a man, you can enter periods in your life where you think you're doing good enough, but God wants more from you. And you can get frustrated thinking you're doing everything right when you're not. And still having that bad luck, and still having nobody there for you, and still just feeling fucking alone. Well, guess what? You're a man. Suck it up, cupcake. Because the longer you hold on to that idea that you shouldn't be strong enough to be alone, as long as you hold on to that idea that it's not right that you should feel so helpless, God might just keep on making you more and more alone and more helpless until you see the way out is through. And then you find that strength and realize, I didn't need these people. I didn't need the money. I had everything I needed the entire time. That's a powerful moment. But, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Yeah. Matthew chapter 7. Judge not, that ye may not be judged. For with that judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. So basically, for the act of judging your fellow man, whatever you think that punishment is that they deserve, when you, without evidence, without reason, in hypocrisy, cast judgment upon them, say that they should suffer a consequence for this thing that you think they did, or the thing that you've been told that they did, or whatever. By doing that, you have yourself committed such a great sin that whatever it is, that punishment you suggest, you are owed it. And why beholdest thou the mote that is considered that way? Excuse me. Why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but consider not the beam that is in thine own eye? Mote? Right. When it comes to, somebody in the act of conquest identified in prophecy as being judged by God, you're not judging him. You're just pointing out that God has. But I tell you what, I don't often meet people who, when I bring up Trump, they don't say they wish they could fucking shoot him. Seriously. I'm not like alone in this or anything. This is just like most of the good old boys and rednecks and people around here just kind of want to shoot his ass. People that voted for him, they want to shoot him now. That's fucking hilarious. Anyways. Why beholdest thou the mote that is in your brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say unto thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thy own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote of thine brother's eye. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again to rend you. So let's take this one thing at a time. So instead of a splinter and a plank, it's a mote and a beam. That's interesting, isn't it? Hey, there's one guy wanted to assault the fucking White House with RPGs. And so many people around America were just thinking, good man, honorable man, a decent man, a hero. It's fucking George Washington reincarnated, you know. You know, like the Secret Service didn't fucking take that guy off to a prison somewhere. They gave him a job. We're just going to put you in charge of security on this nice little island resort because we know where your loyalties lie. Really, whoever that was is like, you know, he's a better man than us. Like, you know, like, he's a better man than me. I suppose he probably doesn't have children. Okay. A moat and a plank. A moat is a boundary. A plank is a means of crossing it. And when thou beholdest thou the mote in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thy own eye. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Okay? in this is understanding that judgment is a defensive reaction. You judge other people. You know, you say that Hillary is the one that colluded with the Russians, you know? You become accusatory in defensiveness. Okay. But for someone to say that you're just being defensive, you know, they must first make sure that none of that has crossed over into them. So it's not just a matter of the size of the bullshit. It's a matter of just because you're not to the point where you're accusing other people doesn't mean that there's nothing that's crossed your border and corrupted you. So when you beholdest, when you see that your brother has, I'm continuing to 7:3, when you see that the brother has something clouding their perception, okay, the mote, shouldn't you consider what is purposely getting into your perception? So, in the same way that people can be on a truth quest, thinking that they've found the truth, and that can cause them to judge other people, those other people might be completely fucking clouded, but this truth that you think you find, oh, it might just be a beam. First cast the beam out of thine own eye, and then you see clearly to cast the mote out of the brother's eye. So, get past the fake news and the conspiracies and the propaganda that are coming from the accusers. The same things wind up corrupting you. And you might join in with them and think that you're on some sort of noble quest, that you're doing right, but the whole time something that caused so many people to not see the truth was just blanket accusations, was just a mote that the people who are really fucking with everything have put up to try to confuse, to try to disassociate. And you have to be able to see this defensive accusation for what it is, so that you don't get caught up in it, and so that you can tell people, both who are being accused and who are doing the accusing, this is what's really going on here. But as long as you're sitting there at one point saying, oh yeah, capitalism is evil, or oh no, well the Illuminati is, I don't know, well the Freemasons, well, you're not going to be able to do anything, because you're still, there's a plank over the moat, right to you. And it's connected you. So it's more than just like my former interpretation, the surface interpretation would be, don't try to point out somebody else's bullshit. Don't point out the splinter in somebody else's eye when you have a beam in your own eye. But this is a much greater and more effective meaning. And certainly bears more relevance to today, even as much as the other one still would. So, give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast your pearls before swine. Sounds like advice that I'm kind of not listening to. What's up, Mr. Conway? How you doing, sir? So, in this context, judgment being a holy thing, trying to judge someone who doesn't even care, they're not going to listen. They're just going to realize how to strike back at you. They're going to realize what you care about. I hate it when that gets used against me, don't you? Ask and it shall be given to you. Ask and it shall be given you. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Sean the Younger. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Or what man is there of you, whom if his son ask bread, will give him a stone? Or if he asks a fish, will give him a serpent? If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things unto them that ask of him? Therefore, all these things, whatsoever you would that men should do to you, do even so to them, for this is the law and the prophets. What? No, it doesn't sound like me, really. I'm like, where's the punchline? It really does seem out of context. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under feet and turn to rend you. Therefore all these things, whatever ye would do that men should do to you, do even so unto them. Right? I just think this is either incomplete or mistranslated. There's something missing that gives a greater meaning to it. If you then, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? Therefore all these things, whatsoever ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. That just sounds weird at the end there, too. So, anyways. Obviously, this is how things should be. People are in need should be given what they need. Because if you were in need, wouldn't you want someone to give you what you needed? But give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under feet and turn again to rend you. Wide is the gate, broad is the way. Enter ye in all the strait gate. For wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Well, that sounds like a pirate. That was probably me. Indeed. Welcome to the Lost Begotten channel. We few, we happy few. False prophets in sheep's clothing. Well, one thing no one could ever accuse me of is being in any sort of fucking sheep's clothing. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather the grapes of thorns, or the figs of thistles? Merry men in tights. Tight tights. Come on, Joey. I'm trying to fucking concentrate here. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father, which is in heaven. So, Acts people, evangelicals, people who think that all you need to do is repeat this happy thought and you can fly. John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. I just keep repeating that in my head over and over again while I'm dying and I get to go to heaven, right? That's what the people at church said. Basically. It's bullshit. Did God not give you hands and a voice? What is it that you think you're supposed to be doing with them? Patting yourself on the back? Well said. Many will say unto me in that day, Lord, Lord, we have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name have cast out devils? And in thy name done many wonderful works? Haven't we, O God? Oh, haven't we? We did this all for you. Bless their hearts. And then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. I was a poet and I didn't know it. This is sounding more and more like me now, all the time. Right. And these are the same ones that I had to do fancy magic tricks just to, like, check off that I had done what I should to appease them, but I will do no more. If anybody wants to recognize me, they'll recognize me by the fruits of my works. The wisdom, how it applies to saving the world that you're in right now. And all the souls in it. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which has built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came. And the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon the rock. And every one that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, And the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. And it came to pass that when Jesus ended these sayings, the people were astonished at his doctrine. For he taught them as one having authority, not as the scribes. Now, as I said I would do, I'm going to go to Matthew 11. Because, man, like, when I was younger, I could just point out everything you're doing is wrong. Matthew 6:11-23. Go read those and reformat your entire fucking religion, because you're doing it all wrong. Whoa. Okay, so those of you who are familiar with the content of this channel are going to find this kind of fascinating. Matthew chapter 11. Jesus answers John's doubts. Perspective TBD. And it came to pass, when Jesus had made an end of commanding his 12 disciples, he parted thence to teach and to preach in the cities. Now, when John had heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. I want to backtrack a little bit. This is clearly meant to be chronological. Chapter 10, and Jesus sends out the 12. Okay, before that we have chapter 9. I'm just going to go through the headlines. Jesus heals a man sick with palsy. Jesus calls Matthew. Follow me. New cloth on old garment. And this is healing. Magical, powerful healing. The blind see, the speechless talk. The harvest is truly plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore that the Lord of the harvest will send forth laborers unto his harvest. But the Pharisees said, he cast out devils through the prince of devils. In response to his healing. So let's do the chapter 10. Jesus sends out the 12. And what I'm testing for is whether this is the position of power that Mary held. Basically as fiancé, as the soulmate, as the other half of Christ. Would have been referred to properly as Jesus, because the actual word Jesus comes from Yazoo, the name of the goddess Mother Nature, basically. Another word for Gaia. And she is the female half of the amalgamation of the incarnation, which means that basically for God the Almighty to become human, he doesn't just become a human, he becomes a man and a woman. This is what Peter, the first Antichrist, covered up. And he is on record in many ways as seeking to demerit Mariah, or Mary Magdalene as you know her. So, anyways. And when he called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out, to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. Now the names of the 12 disciples, 12 apostles, are these. We were just talking about disciples, right? Somebody trying to pull a fast one on me? That's what I just felt like just then. I felt like somebody was trying to sell me a fucking Buick and then, you know, like slipped a Chevy in there. Not that I would ever buy a Buick. That's beside the point. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these. Simon, who is called Peter. So not only have you changed what the definition of the group that you're naming is, but the first thing you're going to tell me is this guy who's got a different name than his name. Smelling bullshit. Circa 1600s. Anyways, it's like petrified bullshit. Anyways, okay. Simon, who was called Peter, and Andrew, his brother, James, the son of Zebedee, and John, his brother. Okay. Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the publican, James the son of Alphaeus, and Lebbaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus. Oh, okay. I remember him. Simon the Canaanite. Didn't you already mention him? And Judas Iscariot. Yeah. Like I said, we already mentioned him. Who also betrayed him. Simon the Canaanite and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. Separate. Oh, fuck. That did not work well. That's focusing like fucking gangbusters. Come on. Guess I'm just going to do what everybody's wanting me to do. Until I get freaking arthritic cramps from this shit, because this is not comfortable. Gotta have my hand like that, because, you know, hands are giant and phones are tiny. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go into the way of the Gentiles. So basically, where I am expecting a story that is basically Mary taking charge of the 12 disciples, after, let's just say, a reason that John might have been imprisoned. Then we have disciples, but apostles, and Simon, but Peter, and Simon, but Judas. We have, where I'm looking for Mary, evidence of a cover-up. Know what I mean? Like I said, you know, no collusion, but I would say we have some obstruction and witness tampering here. As ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Go not into the city, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any of the city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to all the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So, love your enemies and all that, but fuck these people. Let's just worry about Israel, okay? Yeah, this is not sounding like it's maintained its purity there. But I'd like to know more about Thaddeus. That sounds pretty damn familiar. Oh, night, Joey. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, and freely give. Provide neither gold, nor silver, nor brass in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, neither two coats, neither shoes, nor staves. For the workman is worthy of his meat, and into whatsoever city or town you shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence. And when ye come into a house, salute it, and if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it, but if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. This is weird. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment for that city. Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Sounding a lot like Peter here. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves, but beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and will scourge you in their synagogues. Have we gotten back to the insert? Beware of men, huh? Interesting. And ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given to you in that same hour what ye shall speak. Kind of like how I do my broadcasts. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaketh in you. And the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endureth to the end shall be saved. But when they persecute you in this city, flee yet into another, for verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. The disciple is not above his matter, nor the servant above his... the disciple is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciples that fuck. I lost my place. I'm reading through the phone here. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? This is not right. Fear them not, therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and nothing hidden that shall be not known. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light. What ye hear in the ear, that ye preach upon the housetops. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both the soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? and one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not, therefore. Ye are of more value than many sparrows. This is pieced together. I don't even know where to begin. Suppose I should remember my objective in reading this. Simplify it for myself. But I'm just tempted to dive in, you know? There's nothing particularly wrong with anything. It's just very disjointed. Take up your cross. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, I will confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him I will also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Think not that I am come to send peace on the earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall they be of his own household. He that loveth the father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth the son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. This is weird. It's just out of place, that's all. It's out of place. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. He that findeth his life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it. He that receiveth you receiveth me, and he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. He that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. And he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. This is starting to sound like Peter again. And whoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water in only the name of a disciple, hmm. 42, is it? And whoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. Let me just say this. All of this is supposed to be talking about this. This is all pieced together. It's got me, it's got Mary, it's got Peter. This is very Peter-esque. that this kind of reminds me of what's missing in a way. All right, break time. Hold on just a minute. All right, so if anybody would like me to pause on anything or explain any individual verse, just let me know. I'd like to know my opinion on the surface interpretation or other interpretations on something. Be happy to stop. Slow down. But there's some things that just kind of clearly have their own little individual meaning, and they're not really relevant to other things. I just don't feel the need to stop and give an individual sermon on everything. But it almost sounds more like a bit of something written later inserted into there. The Faith of the Centurion, chapter 8. Hold on. Another one of these little cute stories that I just don't recognize. It's funny how the ones I don't recognize are all basically the ones that say, believe in Jesus because he can do magic tricks, not because he's telling you relevant truth that can fucking save your entire society. So it goes from be not like the hypocrites and beware of false prophets and judge not lest ye be judged and false prophets in sheep's clothing and when it came to pass, when Jesus had entered these sayings, that the people were astonished at his doctrine, for he taught them as one having authority, not as the scribes. And then we have, very similar to the way at the end of the four Gospels, you have the book of Acts. We have this very clear style of teaching and conveyance of Christiness. Yeah. And then you have faith of the centurion. The centurion leads him to somebody and he heals somebody. And then Jesus commands the winds and the waves to be calm. I mean, not that that's difficult or anything, but then we have the healing of a demon-possessed man. 2 men coming out of a tomb. That actually sounds familiar. Only Peter was there. He told me to ignore them because they were just grave robbers. And I'm like, well, something actually leads people to become grave robbers. But this story of how they were exorcised is incomplete. The devils besought him, if they cast us out, we'll go into the herd of swine. No. This is a metaphor. And I remember explaining this metaphor in the past, which should help me explain it now. It's a place worth pausing. Hello? Who else's expectations are low? My expectations are low. Anyways. Oh, not about this. About the 400-pound gorilla in the room. Anyways. We're just going to keep going. So, now that that's gone, like really, YouTube account? Fuck's sake. I remember this situation because it's pretty hard to, in any walk as a prophet, even when you become a leader, it's hard to forget anytime that you get a demon to take over a human. Like, to basically upset the demon so much and to prove to the person that they are so weak as to pull the demon to the surface so that you can deal with it directly. It's something I've done in this lifetime. So, I know exactly the feeling, as it were. And I remember these grave robbers. See, the way it portrays it, it sounds like it's like they have some sort of a roadblock. And that wasn't it. No, they thought we were there to fucking rob the grave too. We weren't. I was there for a reason, though. Huh. I think I was like trying to research something or like find proof of somebody. Where is this? Gergesnes. Both the account in Mark 5:1 and that in Luke 8:26 that this was the country of the Gadarenes. And many manuscripts of Matthew have Gadarenes. Gadara was an important city about 8 miles southeast of the Sea of Galilee. Funny, that's exactly where I was picturing it. And was apparently the political center of the entire region. Huh. No. It was, more of just like a well-known, almost communal type suburb. It was one of the longest established housing communities in the world. Like, it'd just been there forever. Bethlehem was just north of there. Sort of like your little country supply town outpost on the outside of a big suburban populated area. But as far as being a city, no, this was not a city. Just rows and buildings. Not quite houses, not quite apartments. Like I said, it was sort of a communal area. Gaelic, Hebrew. Known for being intercultural, as the Gaels were known. And Judah, the tribe of Judah, despised them for it. Anyway, so it's a complicated process getting someone to realize that a demon is actually controlling their thoughts and actions. But once you get them there, then you can address the demon directly. And well, I speak to them from a different perspective than, say, a human would. Like, for instance, a human cannot say to a demon, "Oh, yeah, you? I knew your father when he was a child." In fact, the day I created him, I knew you'd come around. See, demons know what to say to you. They don't know what to say to that. Yeah, that shit don't fly. Anyways, so that's basically what happened there. And as far as being cast into the herd of swine, that is where the metaphor is. And this is like a story that's being told. The way it's written here is not in the proper context, you know, proper perspective. But I do like the way it says, "And he said unto them, go." That's definitely my style. You see, it's all words in black. This all took place telepathically. And then he said unto them, one word in red, go. Yeah, that's my style. Now, it says, and when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine that they said they would go into. And behold, the whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea and perished in the waters. And they that kept them fled, the herdsmen, and went their ways into the city and told everything and that what was befallen to the possess of the devils. And the whole city came out to meet Jesus, and when they saw him, they besought him that he would depart out of their coasts. Well, yeah, that sounds right. I was expecting them to have something kind of incoherent written. I'm like, and they chased me away with rocks. Oh, yeah, it actually does say something similar to that. Surprising. Good. That's what would have happened. But we're not talking about pigs here. We're talking about Territarians. Who weren't far off from there. In fact, they were due west on the coast. The ancient port of Tartarus. they and their masters, because you didn't have Tartarians without having Parthians. And to be called the Parthian was both your heritage and your title. So when you referred to the owner of a bunch of mercenaries, you would call him the Parthian. There's another layered lesson on top of this, and that is the one that gives greater context to the occurrences. Maybe it's in one of the Gnostic scrolls, I'm not sure. But the lesson is that these fallen men, these demon-possessed men, these less than beggars who have become grave robbers, the demon that it took to overcome a child of God and cause them, even with faith, even having been from Galilee, having been raised properly and all that, you know? Knowing better and whatnot. For a demon to be powerful enough to corrupt them into doing something heinous but at the same time trivial compared to what a bunch of thieving, conquering mercenaries would do. The power of a demon to control someone with faith and cause them to fall just a little, when exerted upon an entire city of those without faith who live only for greed, can cause them to at once turn on each other and perish. But for some reason, the Catholic Church just didn't want you to know how powerful I actually was. You see, I don't like to focus on things that basically just open me up for criticism and valid arguments. You see, if I were to go around healing one person at a time, if I were one of the people that didn't get healed, I'd be pissed. So I don't go around healing individuals just to have stories told about it. And if I do heal someone, I don't tell them to go and tell people about it. That's personal between me and them. What I want to heal is society, so that people in society can heal each other. Laney, what's going on, dude? My sweet boy, huh? No more balls. He just looked up at me like, I know what you said, motherfucker. I'm sorry, we had to take your balls. You were spraying on everything. They're still growing though. That's good. I'm starting to think that this right here, when you can pet their belly, is a sign of a healthy cat. Simba is 10 years old now. He's my little kitten. I birthed him under my own couch. Not this couch, my old couch. Anyways. So, now that I've lollied about until I forgot what I was just on, let's just say Matthew 10 has a lot of ambiguity in it. The commandments that are given are valid but incomplete. So let's move on to chapter 11. And Jesus answers John's doubts. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a schizophrenic, and so am I. All right. And it came to pass when Jesus had made... Okay, I'm sorry. And it came to pass when Jesus had made an end of commanding his 12 disciples, he departed thence to teach and to preach in their cities. Who's the disciples? Why wouldn't he send them back to preach in their own cities? I don't know. Apparently my bullshit detector has already gone off, and I wasn't expecting it to. Now, when John had heard in the prison, you're missing a comma. Now, when John had heard, comma, in the prison, comma, the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. I thought Jesus knew how to use punctuation. I mean, have you seen my tweets? That was funny. I don't care who the fuck you are. That was funny shit right there. Hold on. There's a reason why the punctuation's missing. Oh, you gotta love the few Johannite scribes who made it on that last council. Gotta love them. New Cadillac. New Cadillac. New Cadillac. And now they're all bitching because they'd prefer Acuras. New Acura. New Acura. New Acura. MDX. NSX. RDX. MDX. NSX. RDX. TLX. RLX. Fucking RLX is like a Cadillac, only better. Huh? Okay. So let's like thoroughly analyze this fucking sentence here, which I have to reconfigure myself because I got the cat on my lap now. And okay. Focus. Now, when John had heard in the prison the works of Christ, the comma is after Christ, missing there. Christ sent two of his disciples and said unto him, who? John? Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? There's just a hint of backwardsness. You know, it continues on in the forwards manner, but there's a hint of backwards right there. Just a clue. And this is where you'd want to look for a clue. 7-Eleven and all. Malta. Yeah. This was certainly after that and with knowledge of it. Dingo. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, and the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, and the deaf are raised up, and the poor have gospel preached to them. The poor have the gospel preached to them. I'm sure it's delicious. Why don't you let them eat wall while you're at it? Sorry. And blessed is he whoever shall not be offended in me. So it seems as though there's a moral test after the identity test, and then it just has a little weird statement to back that up. It's kind of a pattern. And And as they departed, Jesus began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken in the wind? But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. But what went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. For this is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare the way before thee. Verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women there hath not risen greater than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he that is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. That's weird. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and violence take it by force. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And if ye will receive it, this Elias, which was to come, he that has ears, let him hear. That's disjointed as shit. All right. How does the kitten always manage to find my bladder? Just like always just leans right up against my bladder. Just, Excuse me. It is apparently cold and flu season. Yay! Oh, you got your little collar back on. I didn't even notice that shit. Anyways. Let's try reading it backwards. He that hath ears, let him hear. And if you will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. Verily, I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there has not risen a greater man than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he that is the least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. For this is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare the way before thee. But what went out for ye to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, more than a prophet. What went out for ye to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? A reed shaken with the wind? blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, and the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear. And the dead are raised up, and the poor. And the poor have their gospel preached to them. The ignorant. Jesus answers John's doubts. So that's Matthew 15, and then 14, and then 13, and then 12, and then 11, and then 10, and then 9, and then 8, and then the red part of 7, and then 6 as a continuation of 7, and then 5, and then 4 is where it says, and Jesus answered and said to them, go and show John again those things which you do hear and see. So that's where it's bullshitty. And turns out now when John heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples and said to them, art thou he that he should come, or do we look for another? And John answered unto them, he that hath ears, let him hear. And if you will receive it, this is Elias. Oh, that just makes too much sense. Wow. That's fucking great, yeah? Some just told me, wait, yep, here's where you're supposed to go backwards. Just because of the disjointedness, you know? And it wasn't disjointedness. It was fucking written in reverse. Hyksos. The type of Hebrew hieroglyphs that went from left to right. Alexandrian. Hello. The interpreters got it backwards. They were reading the page the wrong way. So, I guess we're done with that section, huh? But, okay, so Matthew 11:16, like children in the markets, he that hath ears let him hear is before that, that's where it stopped. Next, like children in the markets, black headline caption. 16, but whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the markets and calling unto their fellows and saying, we have piped unto you, and ye have not danced, and we have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man of gluttonous, and a wine-bibber, and a friend of publicans and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. What? Let's, I guess, try it backwards. Howdy. The Son of Man. Okay, yeah, it's definitely more coherent backwards. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man of gluttonousness. I'm being interrupted. How are you? The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man of gluttonousness, and a wine-bibber, and a friend of publicans and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. No comma, that's period, next sentence. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He hath a devil. And saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. But whereunto you shall I liken this generation? It is like children sitting on the markets and calling unto their fellows. This is wrong. They have this written wrong. This is backwards. It must be the result of simple mistranslation. But this is definitely me, and this is otherwise flawlessly translated. But it's from 19 to 18 to 17 to 16. It just doesn't make sense the other way. Now, would this continue from... Ah, yes. Nine, 8, then 7, then 6, then 5. What went out for you to see? All that, right? The Son of Man is where it's throwing me off. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and behold, they say, man. Maybe I can get how it makes sense from here. Blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me. Did you expect to see a reed shaking in the wind? Just a prophet? Yea, more than a prophet. Oh, that's backwards. Well, that's fine. Nobody's perfect. You're more than welcome to learn what everybody's forgotten. Although I'm pretty sure it's just another person trolling, being disingenuous. Anyways. So, the Son of Man came eating and drinking. Capitalized S. Behold a man gluttonous and a wine bibber and a friend of publicans and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. Is that a metaphor? Or is it a correction? Son of Man is obviously interchanged with a title, and that title is of the feminine, not of the masculine. And the translator hinted as much by disjointing the continuation with a period instead of a comma. And a friend of publicans and sinner, comma, but wisdom is justified of her children. That could be metaphor. But when you take a period, the exception to wisdom is justified of her children. But wisdom is justified of her children. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he hath a devil. And saying, we hath piped unto you, and ye have not danced, and we have mourned you, and we have not lamented, mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. But whereunto you, and I don't think that's right. We have shared our grievance with you, and you have not grieved with us, basically. We have whined unto you, and you've not whined. A lot like like the experience with the Pharisees is a lot like my experience has been on YouTube with the others here. Anyways, woe to Chorazin, and woe to Bethsaida, Then he began to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not. That sounds about right. And cities would be countries, basically. Woe unto Chorazin, woe unto thee, Bethsaida, for the mighty works which were done unto you had been done in Tyre and Sidon. They would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. For if the mighty, I didn't accent that right. Yeah. This is going wrong. For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment than it is for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shall be brought down to hell. For if mighty works which have been done in thee had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. They would have repented. But I say unto you that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for thee. At that time, Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and the prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for it seems so good in thy sight, all these things are delivered unto me of my Father, and no man knoweth the Son but the Father, neither knoweth any man the Father save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. Come unto me, all that ye labor and are heavily laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. And my reading of my own shit is kind of awkward. But let's just go on to 12, speaking of awkward. Yahya Shabbat. Lord of the Sabbath. Jesus is Lord of the Sabbath. At that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn. And his disciples were an hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and eat. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do eat that which is not lawful to do. Do that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath day. And he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was hungered, and they that were with him, how he entered into the house of God and did eat the shewbread, Shoe bread. Does it smell like feet? S-H-E-W. Which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests. Or have ye not read in the law how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temples profane the Sabbath and are blameless? But I say unto you that in this place is one greater than the temple. But if ye had known what this means, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, ye would not have condemned the guiltless. Hold on. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. Got that much. But if ye had known what this means, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, ye would not have, it's supposed to be a semicolon, ye would not have condemned the guiltless. Or have ye not read the law, and how that on the Sabbath day the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? I guess I'll just try it backwards. Oh, no, it's not backwards. It's just a double appositive. So redden without the appositive. Redden. Read without the appositive. But if ye had known what this meaneth, you would not have condemned the guiltless. But in the positive, I will have mercy and not sacrifice. I'm trying to find something more than the simple, obvious interpretation of that because of the way it's seemingly disjointed. But maybe I was overanalyzing simple grammatic fluke. But basically, you don't really get God if you think he wants you to go hungry. I will have mercy and not sacrifice you. Anyway. deformed hand instantly healed. And when he was departed thence, he went into the synagogue, and behold, there was a man which had his hand withered, and asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. And he said to them, What man shall there be among you that have one sheep, and it fall into the pit on the Sabbath day? Will he not lay hold on and lift it out? How much is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore is it lawful to do well on the Sabbath days? Then he said to the man, Stretch forth thine hand. And he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like as the other. Then the Pharisees went out and held counsel against him, that they might destroy him. In his name shall the Gentiles trust. Caption, headline. But when Matthew 10:15. But when Jesus knew it, he withdrew himself from thence, and great multitudes followed him, and he healed them all, and charged them that they should not make him known. I think this is all Mary, and charged. Okay. But when Jesus knew it, she withdrew herself from thence, and great multitudes followed her, and she healed them all, and charged them that they should not make her known, that it might be difficult, which was spoken by Esaias the prophet, saying, Behold my servant, who I have chosen, my beloved, in whom my soul is well pleased. I will put my spirit upon him, and he shall show great judgment unto the Gentiles. He shall not strive nor cry, neither shall any man hear his voice on the streets. A bruised reed shall he not break, and smoking flax shall he not quench, till he send forth judgment into victory. And his name shall the Gentiles trust. It's taking too long fucking reading everything forwards and then backwards, but again, this seems to be in backwards order. That time it threw me off beforehand. I retract my correction on the feminine. I was thinking of a different time, actually. People amazed by the power of Jesus. Then was brought unto him one possessed with the devil, blind and dumb, and he healed him, insomuch that the blind and dumb both spake and saw. And all the people were amazed, and said, Is this not the son of David? But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This fellow doth not cast out devils, but by Beelzebub, the prince of devils. Again, we go to the healing, and now we're repeating ourselves. Oh, that looks interesting. But when the Pharisees heard it, and said, This fellow doth not cast out devils, but by the Beelzebub, the prince of devils. And Jesus knew their thoughts, and said unto them, When it's me, it's going to sound like me. Plain and simple. And Jesus knew their thoughts, and said unto them, Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then shall his kingdom stand? And if I by Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore they shall be your judges. But if I cast out devils by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God is coming to you. Or else, how can one enter a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except first he bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house? He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathered not with me scattereth abroad. Wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven unto men. And whosoever speaketh a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven unto him. But whosoever speaketh against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him. Neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Let me just say that you can make fun of me all you want. I make it pretty easy. But the spirit of the truth that I'm trying to get people to realize, it's crucial. Hello again. Either make the tree good and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt and his fruit corrupt. For the tree is known by his fruit. Oh, don't be cute. A good man out of the good treasure of the heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of evil treasure bringeth forth evil things. But I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy words shalt thou be justified, and by thy words shalt thou be condemned. And then the Jewish leaders asked for a sign. Then certain of the scribes and Pharisees answered, saying, Master, we would see a sign from thee. Eat at Joe's. But he answered and said unto them, an evil and adulterous sign. An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and no sign shall be given to it but the sign of Jonah. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation and condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And behold, a greater than Jonas is here. The queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, a greater than Solomon is here. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he hath said, I will return to my house from whence I came out. And when he is come, he findeth it empty, swept and garnished. Then he goeth, and taketh himself 7 other spirits, more wicked than himself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Wow. It's been a while. Even so shall it be also unto this wicked generation. And you were there, and you were there, and you were there. Somebody's waiting for me to get to this one, and I might just skip it just for that. But also because I'm supposed to be moving on to 23. Then Jesus spake to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All, therefore, whatsoever they bid you, observe. That observe and do. But do not ye after their works. For they say, and do not. For they bind heavy burdens, and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments. Yeah. Shoulders. Not, no. Shoulder pads. I don't know. I just know. That's weird. This makes sense. And love the uppermost rooms at feasts, and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the markets to be called of men. Rabbi, Rabbi. That's how I feel about that. But be ye not called Rabbi, Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ. And all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth. Father, Father, Abby, Abby. For one is your Father, which is in heaven. Neither be called masters, for only God is your Father, not even Christ. It says, for one is your Father, one is your master, even Christ. That's incomplete. I make mistakes. God doesn't. I am how God learns what it's like to make mistakes. Like, doesn't God deserve to have that experience too? Yeah. And guess what? You are too. That's what it means to be God's children. Anyways. But he that is greatest among you shall be your servant, and whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased. And he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For ye neither go in yourselves, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in. Woe unto ye, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make a long prayer. Therefore shall ye receive greater damnation. Woe unto you, ye blind guides, which say, whoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing. But whoever shall swear by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Let's not get back into last night's story. And whosoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing. But whoever sweareth by the gift that is upon it, he is guilty. Oh, somebody got here and purposely disambigued. Purposely disjointed this because of their practices at the time. Oh, I skipped one. 15. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte. And when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Woe unto you, blind guides, which say, whosoever shall swear by the temple is nothing, but whoever shall swear by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Traveling around, basically bribing people and indebting them into becoming members of your faith. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifieth the gold? And whoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing, but whoever sweareth by the gift that is upon, he is guilty. Ye fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctified the gift? Whoso therefore shall swear by the altar, sweareth by it, and by all things thereon. And whoso shall swear by the temple, sweareth by it, and him that dwelleth therein. And he that shall swear by heaven, sweareth by the throne of God, and by him that sitteth thereon. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye pay the tithe of mint, and anise, and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law. Judgment, mercy, and faith. These ought ye to have done, and not to leave the other undone. Ye blind guides, which strain at a gnat, and swallow a camel. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye make clean the outside of the corruption of the cup and of the platter. For ye make clean the outside of the cup and platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess. Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones, and of all uncleanliness. Even so, ye outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets, and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves, that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore I send unto you the prophets, and wise men, and scribes, and some of them shall kill and crucify. You shall kill and crucify. And some of them ye shall scourge in your synagogues and persecute from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Zacharias. I want to know where Barachias is. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wing, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth, till ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. And as he sat down upon the Mount of Olives, 24:3, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming, and of the end of the world? And Jesus said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. And shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye not be troubled, for all these things must come to pass. But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. And And all of these things are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you. And ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And put together a bunch of shit in books like this. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure to the end, the same shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all the nations. And then shall the end come. Oh, 1 minute, please. Fucking cigarette. But think about, they shall deliver up to you to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and you shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And many shall be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And false prophets shall rise, and deceive many. They could be representing everything that happened for 1,000 years, on into the Johannite genocide, and up until today. Yeah, it's fucking cold in here.
Cold, cold, cold.
Oi. So anyways, who's left? Just Conway? That last little screen name he came up with was fascinating. I think my phone's charged. Oi, oi, oi. So, the key point is right here. As far as what's being said, who it's being said to. And 24:9, then they shall deliver up to you up to be afflicted and shall kill you. And it's kind of final. And ye shall be hated of all nations for my sake, for my name's sake. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, apparently in some sort of anime, whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let him which be in Judea flee into the mountains, so they don't kill you. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house, neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. Pray that to ye that your flight not be in the winter, nor on the Sabbath. For then shall be great tribulation, as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, nor ever shall be. That's a high bar. I mean, it's kind of comforting, but it's still a pretty high bar. Like what was done back then was basically what Russia's trying to do now. Hello, Pastor 2-liter. I'm doing, I don't know how. Anyways. It's funny how you never make up these screen names to interrupt and chat when I have chat and hang out in the title of the video. But when I'm on topic and doing something focused, you make these little screen names to act cute. Well, you're in here. So. Hide all you want. Anyways. And except those days should be shortened, there should be no flesh to be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. Then if any man say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. And this is coming as a warning to people who, just a little while later, don't listen to the damn warning. But, it applies to now. If any man says unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say to you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth into the west, so shall this coming of the Son of Man be. Shineth unto the west. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will be the evil eagles gathered together. Now immediately after those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of earth shall be shaken. Now, it doesn't say that everybody shall see the Son of Man and the sign of heaven. It says that all the tribes of man shall see the sign of man. So, you know, see my face on the fucking clouds. What does that mean? The tribes of man. As in the leaders of the great nations. As in the intelligence services that know damn good and well who I am and have seen these things for themselves. And how would you define the tribes of Israel? You have the British, the Italian. Oh wait, no. You just think that there's one tribe of Israel, right? This is what history has lost. Even though it's in books still, there's people in different places of the earth that say we are a tribe of Israel. Yet there's these books that we're all given that say there's only the tribe of Judah now, and Hebrew equals Jew. This is not the case. This is a case made to debunk Christ back then. It's to say that the Galileans weren't a tribe of Israel. They were the tribe of Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh. The nation of Gaul, the Magdalenian civilization, given, there was a name for the old holy forest, but given the old holy forest by Noah just before he died. the Japanese are a culturally preserved, damn near, tribe of Israel. What's funny is that one of the only great nations that isn't a tribe of Israel, but still relates heavily to Judean mysticism, are what people call today the Africans, what I call Nubians, or sons of Gabriel. They were taken to Africa by force. But the reason why there are Africans in isolated, or the reasons why there are black-skinned, curly-haired people in isolated areas in India is because that's where they actually come from. Anyways, but I've discussed this in length before. What we're talking about now, Matthew 24:24. There shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Now, I've been kind of a reluctant sign shower, but don't confuse me for what this is talking about. Because as it says previously, judge a tree by its fruits. And you can see a pattern of deceit common to all false Christs. And in fact, one thing that I have pointed out is that of late, they have all been, seemingly at least, or provably and directly, backed by the KGB. And yes, I'm just going to keep calling it the fucking KGB. I don't give a fuck if it's foreign, domestic, or whatever. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, he is in the secret chambers, it's bullshit. So what does that mean? The desert, or the secret chambers. In a time of tribulation, in a time of wars, he's somewhere hiding, commanding things, pulling the strings. He's up somewhere in Krasnoyarsk Krai. With a big government-sanctioned cult. Oh yeah. Do I look like I'm hiding to you? Would I be off in the desert? Do I even keep my fucking location a secret? For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Now, people just kept on expecting me to shoot bolts of lightning out of my ass. Okay? Now, when I started to wake up, it was certainly a lot to do with thunderstorms. And it does seem to be how very vast spiritual entities play. And I found myself participating in this. But when it came to demonstrating this on the channel, it was more in a frame of reference to showing that whoever the hell I am, the universe wants you to listen to me. Like I said, it's not me that this is about. This is about the fucking truth that will basically save your lives. And I did many different videos, but there was one that I slowed down on Windows Movie Maker and edited so it would show at like 1/32 speed. I had uploaded the full uncut video before doing this. And like I said, Russian intelligence services know damn well who I am. That's why they fuck with me so much. Because they know that all of these videos that I've uploaded, even the ones from 2011, are completely unedited. I don't have much, or I never... The Windows PC that I had that is no longer even turning on had only the Windows Movie Maker. You know, like the default little fucking thing, right? So, you know, you can slow it down, you can put a caption, whatever. Well, I'd slowed this down so you could see what happened on the fucking video when I basically pantomimed pulling out a sword from its sheath. And then I go like this. Fajump. Getsuga Densho. And right then you can see the little blip on the screen. It's not too impressive. It was more gratifying in person. But then, and I'm doing this in slow motion to be apparent, to make it obvious that this is not me trying to time a coincidence or anything like that. There's plenty of time before and after this with no lightning. Okay. Then I take the sword and I stab it into the sky. And lightning comes from the east across where I have it stabbed and continues on to the west. It's a pretty impressive little video. But it's by no means anomalous for the shit that's been done on this channel. Nothing I think tops when I was having a live stream on a computer that's, you know, a plug-in computer. No battery backup. The only battery backup I have is on my fish tanks. And I didn't even have that battery backup back then, I don't think. Okay. There's no battery backup on the internet right there. Okay. Lightning struck the fucking house, the power goes off, the lights go out, and I kept the stream going. And I'm sitting here fucking glowing and speaking in tongues, and people on the live stream are just like, whoa. So, riddle me this, Batman. How the fuck do you explain that shit? Anyways. So, this particular verse, 27, is a reference to a specific event back then. But, like I said, you know, if you want me to make every little thing true, I'll do it as best as I can fucking do it, without you being able to explain it any other way. Just so that God can fucking tell you personally, hello, you're in danger. But, the light shining from east to west, I can see how the Russians might get that in their head and, you know, twist everything else that they fucking do and how satanic it is, basically, into being some sort of justified cause. Because, you know, east to west, we're east and they're west, we're gonna be shining light on them, yeah, with nukes. That doesn't work that way, precious. So, what it's obviously talking about is illumination, okay? In reference to what the previous statement was. He's not going to be hiding. He's not going to be in the fucking desert. He's going to be somewhere trying to preach to people. He's going to find the platform with the widest audience possible. He's not going to be hiding in secret chambers. He's not going to be out in the fucking desert. Secret chambers and deserts are where you go when you are afraid to fight an oncoming army. Those are two places you go when there's a fucking... I mean, that's it. That's it. That's the reference. That's what... What do these two things have in common? Not much other than that. But the most telling thing is 28. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. So Jesus just referred to himself as a carcass. Why? Well, because he wasn't hiding. He wasn't in the secret chambers. He wasn't out in the desert. He was shining the light like the sun. But what happens? He gets killed. and the vultures gather around. But, interesting phrasing there. Wheresoever the carcass is, there will be the eagles gathered together. Almost to say as though my enemies will find me. Sun darken, moon darken, stars fall from heaven. (2011). And the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. You know, the definition of a shake-up? I did make a bit of a staffing correction. You see, the wheresoever, being an absolute rule, kind of transposes you into the future. And there shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn. And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. What about that? I mean, when I turned the camera around that one time and said, "You want to know who I am? This is who I am," and lightning struck right behind my finger and the entire cloud cover filled up with my face, that could give you a hint of the kind of power I have. But I prefer, like, demonstrating things like snapping my fingers and making Honda remake the Passport to my exact specs. Because, you know, that benefits everybody. What the fuck good does it do for me to be like, "Look at me, I'm a squid," or whatever. Mannequin reference? Yes, a mannequin reference. I know. We've got time for everything. But see, that little bit of absolution there. It would be nice if I was allowed to speak to people capable of learning. Because there are some very interesting details about reality that only I know of that sure would explain a lot about how to interpret this. I've already explained all these things, but while I should be sitting here with many people who have been subscribed for years, it's just the diehards plus the trolls, and the trolls that pretend to be new people. Anyways, long story short, there's been five throne changes. And that is to say that the plan from the beginning is for there to have been eras of development for mankind in order to, in some ways, guide these eras, in some ways, provoke these eras. There have been sub-deities who have convinced themselves, and many others, that they are the deity. Again, this all being part of the plan and hinging around compensating for the tremendous power of God by providing alternatives. And not all of them just idiot tests, I must say. But the best way to understand that would probably be familiarize yourself with the ancient Egyptian mythos. And by transposing it across the many different interpretations of deities over the generations, you see how the personality in charge, or allowed to think they were in charge, progressed every 1,000 years or so. And when it happens, just like it did in 2011, reality itself sort of expires. It gets rewritten. In many ways it gets put to a vote. But it's a bit more complicated than that. Sort of an amalgamation between democracy of imagination and residual memory manifestation. So mostly hinging around choices, but heavily dependent on God's power and faith in it to finalize the manifestation every time. But don't think it's humans making the choice. It's all of your ancestors. That's what the stars are. That's why they come back. That's what it means by the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken. When everybody comes back to make a vote, as it were, that's when basically gods are playing musical chairs. So this particular time was sort of the prophecy that Babylon tried to self-fulfill actually coming into fruition. And 2011 until just recently, things went back to the ancient sort of ambiguous shape of reality. But this is the point at which the heavens as ancestral halls, as distant objects, were defined. After all this, before this, completely up to like the reality that you lived in. There was no global cohesion. If that would have been allowed to carry on, you might actually have completely separate realities that both technically qualified as Earth. Huh. Anyways. Sort of like what would have happened in 2011, actually. So, and he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Gathering elect was on earth of people? No. Kira and I were reunited. You should really just go watch videos. I can't just keep on repeating the same damn story video after video. But on the channel currently named The Lost Begotten, that was the Sean Morris channel, you can see actual videos from 2011, including the exorcism of Hathor from the sun. That was the whore of Babylon, the evil goddess that had been taking over for quite some time. We're actually in a different timeline now, so it's sort of hard to grasp the perspective that we were all in just 10 years ago. But that was how I saved all of you from her while saving her from herself. Her soul is now redeemed. But as for the mother, her children still condemn her. And that's the task at hand. So he shall send his angels with the sound of a trumpet. Yeah, I kind of remember doing that. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that, though. I was just, like, calling a charge. Huh. But that happened in 2011, again. Matthew 24:32. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves, ye know that the summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. That was back then. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Back then, heaven and earth, all of reality, the universe, was rewritten like a program, reloaded, like the Matrix. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Yeah, big pain in my ass, let me tell you. As were the days of Noah, so shall it be the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving marriage until that day Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall it be the coming of the Son of Man. Then shall be two in the field, one shall be taken and the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill. They should be grinding together. One shall be taken and the other left. Watch ye, therefore, ye not know what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if a good man of the house know in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to have been broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think the Son of Man cometh. For then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give meat in due season. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, who the Lord hath made ruler over his house, to give meat in due season? Yeah. So who then is a faithful and wise servant to give them meat in due season? Which means approximately shite. Why is everybody like giving people meat? Like, I'm just moving on from that. It's like kind of innocuous. It's like just well, no, I will explain it. The end comes because God has to intervene because mankind is destroying themselves. That's what causes the end to come when it comes every fucking time. So when it is said that who is a faithful and wise servant to give them meat in due season, it's talking about inviting the end to come. Okay? So basically being complicit with the destroyers of the world because you're trying to bring it about to meet Jesus or whatever, you know? Watered down, considering the people who compiled this. Glad I didn't skip over it, though. Blessed is the servant, whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. Preparing it for the Oh, wrong. Okay, I was wrong. Either that or it's more diluted than I thought. Okay, I'm just going to keep reading. Blessed is that servant whom his Lord, when he cometh, shall find so doing. That is being a faithful and wise servant, giving his master meat. Okay, so I just overcomplicated it. Way overcomplicated it. Verily I say unto you, that he shall make him ruler over all his goods. But if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delayeth his coming, and shall begin to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken, the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, in an hour that he is not aware of, and shall cut him asunder, and appoint his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. All right, gone further than I intended to. So once again, it just seems like humanity's stuck on stupid. And we're certainly at the time where Christianity is fallen into just a repetitious mantra of hypocrites. To fear the truth is to fear God. To fear the truth of God is to fear God's judgment for your deception because of your fear of truth. You know, it's cool with me just chilling here with like Conway and Max and James and Neville and Susie and the other people that come hang out on a regular basis. And I must say, I could just be alone in a fucking closet talking to myself, and I would still feel completely justified, because I'm not on that side. You know? When it all comes down to it, the identity of the army of Satan, if there is an army of Satan, should be obvious. And the person whose logic, whose truth, they would least like to be discussed is yours truly. And no, it's not about the elite. It's not about the Illuminati and the Freemasons and the Bilderbergers and everything you've ever heard on Alex Jones networks. That, and that guy right in front of you, Roger Stone, are Russian propagandists. They are made to eat away at America from the inside. They are made to eat away at Christianity, at Western civilization from the inside, to hollow it out, and to turn it into a house of cards made of Jackson Jokers. What's that, Rob? Maximo, what's going on there? Yep. Jared Kushner, Roger Stone, little Don Jr. While all of the Shilliverse, Russian propaganda, and those who had been brainwashed for the past 30 years by it, grew up breathing it, reciting it as if it were our own thought. 9/11 was an inside job. That kind of bullshit. There you had the real elite. There you had the real 9/11 conspirators. Sitting right under your noses, all the while coordinating the whole Shilliverse that was telling you it was the CIA. It's the UN. And all the while trying their damnedest to corrupt the CIA and the UN. Donald Trump. Oh yeah, the ultimate anti-globalist. And globalism is bad unless it's his globalism. globalism should benefit the rich, basically, not the poor. The shutdown just ended. It's they got a 3-week continuing resolution, so we'll see if it gets shut down again in another 3 weeks. But the government is supposed to reopen in a couple hours. Yeah. Trump caved. My leverage worked. They've been quoting me 3 times per speech. Pelosi, Schumer. They didn't even need to go probably to Mitch McConnell. She probably just warned Trump, like, open the government or I'm doing this. And for the Democrats in the House to pick a Republican to go be president pro tempore of the Senate for budgetary matters would basically write Trump out of the fucking loop, you know? So, yeah, he caved. He just caved. He just rolled over. And the whole line about hostages helped. No, there's no pretend from both sides, okay? There's no they, okay? There's the Russians, okay? There's a foreign intelligence service trying to turn you against your government. There's right-wing Confederates, and then there's socialists. And then there's normal people just trying to fucking govern the country, okay? There's no vast conspiracy coming from within this country. It doesn't exist. There's no they here. The they is the Russian intelligence service trying to make people paranoid. And they've said as much, by the way. And so have many defectors from their side. But just to give you an idea of how dishonest every conspiracy theorist you've ever heard on the fucking internet. No, and I'm not gonna bother repeating myself. You see, people that spread bullshit like that don't tell you simple and obvious truths, like the fact that Larry Silverstein and Donald Trump are best friends. Larry Silverstein, the leaseholder of the Trade Center, the guy who profited $3.2 billion by acquiring it 5 weeks before it fell. He was a real estate lawyer, which means he did not actually purchase things with his own money. He purchased things vis-a-vis the power of attorney that he got from the person who was actually purchasing the property. The reason why real estate attorneys do what they do is because big name people don't necessarily want their names on government buildings. Or public buildings in general, okay? Or, say, buildings that you intend to knock down for an insurance payout and to solve all of your other problems, which Donald Trump solved all of his other problems. He had just built 2 towers in New York City as the real estate market crashed. One of those towers is right across the street from the United Nations building. And you can bet your ass it filled up pretty quick after 9/11. you know, that is, the parts of it that weren't already written out to Russians and Saudis. Not as interesting as the fact that Donald Trump in Trump Tower in the 90s and early 2000s had a direct connection to Al-Qaeda working for him. Not as interesting as the fact that the Saudis that were basically against the United States and against democracy and that had been backed and hiding bin Laden are the ones that he's now friends with. But then you had somebody named Felix Sater working for Trump Tower. Felix Sater was the guy who gave a combination of fake and real intelligence about Al-Qaeda to the CIA under Bill Clinton. You see, for this whole thing to make sense, you not only need Russian agents pointing the finger at the United States government, while Russia was basically the only country capable of doing it, you need Russia's inside people stationed, prepared to benefit from this, to seize on the situation, and to eventually gain political power through the hysteria caused by the blame of the scapegoats. Who are the scapegoats? Muslims and the deep state. How did Donald Trump get in power? Through fear of Muslims and the deep state. You can come off of your brainwashing, or you can stop trying to spread it here, or you won't be allowed to speak anymore. Okay? No one implied you were a Muslim. What are you talking about? You just sound like a fucking troll to me. Because again and again, we have these people coming on here spouting this fucking propaganda and not listening to a word I'm saying. And just keep on saying the same shit. As if you're just not coherent. The whole idea that Russia is behind things is not made up by the Democrats because they lost an election. It was pointed out by me 2 years before the election started. Russia would be the country tricking other countries into going to war against each other for over 100 years now. Russia would be the country basically expanding and eliminating entire fucking civilizations. And again, Russia is the country that has your brain filled with all that bullshit. That is basically anti-civilization. Because you're paranoid against your own civilization, just like Russia wants you to be. Or you're just a Russian trying to make other people paranoid against their own civilizations. Which I must say is typically the case. Yeah, I know Russians love America. That's why they want to conquer it. The people who spout all that nonsense don't seem to be aware that the Russian military regulars are being told right now that they're going to liberate the world from us. quacks like a duck. You're doing the same thing 50 iterations of fucking Russian trolls do here every month, so, you know. Quack, quack. Until I see somebody walk like a man, I just assume they got web feet. Oy. Ooh, house framing tips. That looks interesting. So, if you were investigating a crime, and there are these two guys, and they fit the description of two guys on the scene. Okay? They were seen by a little old lady across the street or something, right? But you go and you talk to these guys' co-workers, and you talk to these guys' friends, and you talk to these guys' family, and they say they don't know each other. These two guys. They couldn't have been them two. You're barking up the wrong tree. Because they don't know each other. They've never met each other. But then you find out they know each other. And all these people were lying to you. You were just about to let it go. Didn't really have much of a lead. But then you find out they're great friends. Wouldn't you think that was suspicious? Wouldn't you think that all those friends and family members, those co-workers, were engaged in some sort of a cover-up? Wouldn't you think maybe this crime was bigger than you thought it was? Well, Alex Jones and all of these internet trolls, all the conspiracy theorists who want you to make you think that the Cold War was just about corporations balancing power, and that the Rockefellers were really in control of fucking Russia and shit like that. Okay, it's all nonsense. It's all completely untrue, for starters. Yeah, because they just made it up. Rosneft and Gazprom, Putin's oil companies, are so much bigger than ExxonMobil. Whew. And, you know, they got that big while we're all sitting there talking about how horrible ExxonMobil is. Coincidence? I think not. But none of these people that told you how bad the CIA was, the same people that used to tell you that the fucking CIA was hiding aliens in Roswell and shit, right? None of these people ever mentioned that Donald Trump and Larry Silverstein were friends. They showed you the clip of Larry Silverstein. They showed you the World Trade Center 7 building falling. Fucking perfectly, little demolitions job. They showed you the clip of Larry Silverstein saying, there was such tremendous loss of life, we gave the order to pull it. We thought it was. He said we. He, the owner, had to say we, because he's a real estate lawyer. 'Cause he didn't really fucking own it. He had the power of attorney on the title. But we was him and Donald Trump. Alex Jones and InfoWars. All of the king's horses and all the king's men, basically. All of the fucking internet, everything. Just fucking failed to mention Mr. Pullet and Donald Trump are both on video calling each other their great friend of more than 30 years, which at this point is now like 50. So if they're all lying about these two guys knowing each other, and they're all Russian propagandists, and this guy's a fucking Russian agent, oh, Houston, we have a problem, don't we? We've all been brainwashed against our own civilization for decades. And now we're like a bunch of fucking chickens with our heads cut off, trying to get our shit back together. While the perpetrator of 9/11 sits in the fucking White House. Good job, Pete. Good job. And even worse, I'm out of coffee. Jeez. Yeah. As long as YouTube has my broadcasts suppressed, humanity's been very regular practitioners of too little too late. And band-aiding one issue at a time isn't going to get to the root of the problem. The cancer is within. You see, evil only finds harbor where it finds friends. Yeah, let's just say a lot of their other suppression has to do with covering up their suppression of this channel. Because this started on Facebook as a Support Ukraine group. And oh, it's been a very interesting and precisely aligned series of interactions and events. They've spoiled the entire platform just for me, and I apologize for that, but you know, the last thing they could do is, once the Russia thing got proven to more people, is have other actual honest people able to find me and say, hey, there was this one guy who's been fucking warning about this all this time. And he can tell you how to understand it on every level that there is. And then some. Might happen to be Jesus, but don't hold that against him. You can certainly find better exposés on these subjects. You know, this is just a random fucking live stream. I don't even remember what the title of this video is. But there's a prophesied time of darkness that's not like cloudy, you know? It's when those who are named as faithful become blind hypocrites. There is no fishes in my tanks, though. Yeah, there's lots of fishes. There's lots of fish. They're asleep because it's nighttime. That's why the lights are mostly off. Those two at the bottom don't really care. Juveniles. That's a tank. That's a tank. Another tank down there. That's a tub with fish in it. Were you just seeing the one tank? Yes, welcome to the Easy Reefers Fish Room, where some of the fish we actually grew here. And you can find those videos too. Not really. They were a pretty penny to set up, but I've been keeping reef tanks since the 80s. So I don't have any sort of high budget requirements. I have experience. And experience goes a long way. Except for when your wife knocks over one of your freaking frags. Wait, I'm gonna wake her up. Oh, well, welcome. Anyways. So you can find, should be easy to access on the channel menu at this point, the actual videos of all the fish and everything. And even the videos of when they first got hatched, the clownfish, little tiny babies. Friend? Hmm? No idea. Conway, Max, y'all still there? Musketeer roll call, sound off. Alright, Rob, take it easy. Holy shit, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even realize. So this Jerome Corsi guy is pretty interesting. He's very good at saying what is technically true. But what he's not saying is the more interesting truth. And that is that instead of being any sort of liaison between WikiLeaks, he's been actually a liaison between the Russian government. It seems like I'm staying up all night. I could probably catch a fucking nap, shit. Alright. So anyways. The point of it all is that a house built all in the sand is gonna fall. A house divided against itself is going to fall. And when your house is in such disarray, you need to start looking at the foundation. The foundation of Christianity was corrupted a long time ago. If you want to know more about that, see the old and the newest Johannite genocide videos. See the history of the world videos. But to understand where we are today, we have to look back to the past and where we deprived ourselves of understanding of God. Because from the time that we've done that and started warring with each other about ideologies and interpretations, you can't have one without the other. When you go and forget the truth, you can't have peace. If you want peace, you have to resurrect the truth. It's very obvious to see that the purity of Christianity is the truest message from God ever given to man. Just as it is very obvious to see that those who most loudly profess themselves as Christian are hypocrites. But to understand why this is the case, to actually address it and fix it, you have to stop denying history itself. But anyways, for more on that, please go watch other videos. For now, I have to go. I'm starting to not really feel very good. And I'd like to get an hour of sleep. And maybe an hour and a half, hopefully. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for clicking the like button. Please do so if you haven't already. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already.